Welcome back, YouTube. General Soul back with Fallout 4. Hopefully we will not get any interruptions. Let's see. So we've gotten 3 trophies so far. We hit level 50. We did Unlucky Valentine, and we finished the Wastelanders DLC. Our choices now is to do a Brotherhood of Steel quest, which I'm not sure if we can do that without Dance coming with us. So let's go get our next trophy. If you have gone to Diamond City, you'll probably notice that Piper, or not Diamond City, if you've had Piper as a companion at this point, you will probably realize that Piper is not in your settlement right now. So if you're wondering where she is, you're about to find out. Wow, I heard a row. I see a row in my window.
Come on, Nikki. I'm just asking for your opinion. Be a great quote.
He's my client, Piper. Why don't you learn not to snoop on a man's private...
Ellie?
Hey, sexy.
I'm glad you're here. We got a new case while you and Nick were out. Ready to put on the detective hat?
Not with your son.
Who's our client?
What
A
happened?
fisherman whose family lives on the edge of the Commonwealth. Kenji Nakano.
This is the
Nakano didn't leave any
DLC.
details. Said he'd go over everything when you meet him. But if you want my guess, missing person case. Guy had a worried look a mile long.
Anything you can tell me about Kenji Nakano?
Just some impressions. He was obviously upset, but he was also in a hurry. Like, he couldn't stand just waiting around. I'm a friend of Nick's. He'll remember me. I need his help right away. And then he was gone. He was muttering something on the way out, but... no. I'm not sure it was important.
Come on, Ellie. Don't hold out on me. What did he say?
Well, I thought I heard him say something about a daughter and also a radio, but I might have misheard him. Not sure how the two would be connected.
I'll go check it out. Thanks, Ellie.
The Nakano residence is up in the northeast, near the coast. A small fishing house. He said that he and his wife will be waiting for you.
Okay, that is the Far Harbor DLC.
Nick.
Where's your son? What happened?
Where do you want me to start? The part where Kellogg turned out to be working for the Institute? Or the part where he told me they have Sean?
The Institute? Oh, boy.
I'm sorry, friend. Truly. That makes things considerably more complicated.
He ain't kidding. Heck, Nick's a synth, and even he doesn't know how to get in.
No synth does. Security protocols strip those memories out.
Oh, Mr. Metal for Hands doesn't know how to get back to the factory.
No, I skipped that part of the orientation film while they were busy pulling me apart and putting me back together again. Look, the sad thing is, I have no idea.
I've been investigating these creeps for over a year now. The Commonwealth's boogeyman. Feared and hated by everyone.
True enough.
Sometimes they snatch people in the middle of the night, and sometimes they leave old synths behind to remind us that they're out there, but to this day, there's one thing nobody really knows.
Where the Institute actually is, or how to get in.
Exactly. But there's one person who has to know, right? The guy who just handed them Sean.
Kellogg. Huh.
Whatever you're thinking, it doesn't matter. He's dead.
Yeah. Figures the Institute's only man on the outside wouldn't be the type to be taken alive.
So, a murderer and a kidnapper gets his brains blown out by an avenging parent. Huh. Be a great ending if we didn't still have the biggest mystery in the Commonwealth to solve.
He wasn't gonna talk. Even if I had a way of bringing him in alive.
Gets his brains blown out. Huh. His brains. You know, we may not need the man at all.
You're talking crazy here, Nick. Got a fault in the old subroutines?
Look, there's a place in Good Neighbor called the Memory Den. Relive the past moments in your mind as clear as the day they happened. If anyone could get a dead brain to sing, it'll be Dr. Amari, the mind behind the memories.
Who's this Dr. Amari?
I'll let her give you her life story in person. Let's stay focused. Guess we're gonna need a piece of Kellogg's brain. Enough gray matter to bring to Amari and find out if this is going to work.
Jesus, Nick. Gross. Seriously?
I know it's grisly, but what choice do we have? We got no leads, nothing. That old Merc's brain just might have all the secrets we need to know.
I'm gonna need a really sharp ice cream scoop.
I'm sure you'll manage.
Whether we're riding this crazy brain train or not, we can't all go running across the Commonwealth, so... who's coming with you?
I have to go to the memory den either way, if I'm going to introduce you to Amari. But if you want to head there together, just say so.
I'm going to stay with McCready.
I already have someone with me. I'll meet you there, Nick.
All right. See you at the den. Don't worry.
Reunions trophy
We're gonna get
earned.
your boy back. Just a few more steps.
Well, you two are out. I'm gonna do some more research. I'll be at the public if need be.
So Piper's not going to go back to the Red Rocket. We'll go ahead and do this one. Nick, move. Nick. We'll go ahead and do the next few main quest lines. So we need to go to Good Neighbor. I'm trying to get McCready's affinity maxed out so I can get rid of it.
Brotherhood of Steel, better stay out of Good Neighbor.
And what would you do if they just came in guns blazing and killed you all in their power armor suits? Not a damn thing. That's what you would do.
Well, Mr. Valentine.
Well, you're quick.
I thought you had forgotten about little me.
May have walked out of the den, Irma, but I'd never walk out on you.
Amari's downstairs, you big flirt.
So, when we were here before, I went to check if this door was open. It is now. It has to be only open for this story. But
Hell yeah.
Inducement. Vault 111. What's this
Yes.
all about?
We need your help, Doctor. I need the memories from a man named Kellogg. But he's dead.
I know it's asking for a miracle, Amari, but you've pulled off the impossible before.
Are you two mad? Putting aside the fact that you're asking me to defile a corpse, you do realize that the memory simulators require intact, living brains to function.
I mean, technically, the corpse was defiled already.
This dead brain had inside knowledge of the Institute, Amari. The biggest scientific secret of the Commonwealth. You need this, and so do we.
Fine. I'll take a look. But no guarantees. Do you have it with you?
Could you say that like Dr. Frankenstein? Ego, fetch me the brain. No?
No, I will not.
oh,
No,
come on, once
you
for
have it.
me.
Here's what I could find.
What's this? This isn't a brain. This is... Wait, that's the hippocampus. And this thing attached to it? A neural interface?
Those circuits look awfully familiar.
I'm not surprised. From what I've seen, all Institute technology has a similar architecture.
Nick's an older model synth. Is he compatible?
That's exactly what I was thinking. If we are lucky, it should hook right in. But even if this works, Mr. Valentine would be taking on a tremendous amount of risk. We're talking about wiring something to his brain.
Don't worry about me, Amari. Let's do it.
We should try plugging you into a toaster next. Fresh toast.
It's nice to know that even when I'm about to have a foreign object shoved into my noggin, you find new horrible ways to laugh at my expense.
Whenever you're ready.
I love being a sarcastic asshole to Nick.
Let's not catch me like an old prison mercenary. Pull me out, okay?
Let's see here. me, Mr. Valentine. Any slight change in your cognitive functions could be dire. Are you feeling any different?
A lot of flashes. Static. I can't make sense of any of it, Doc.
That's what I was afraid of. The mnemonic impressions are encoded. It appears the Institute has one last failsafe. There's a lock on the memories in the implant.
How do you lock memories?
The implant is encoding all the mnemonic activity in the hippocampus. Think of it like computer encryption, and we don't have the password. Let's see. A single mind wouldn't be able to crack it. But what if we use two? We load both you and Mr. Valentine into the memory loungers. Run your cognitive functions in parallel. He'll act as a host, while your consciousness drives through whatever memories we can find.
Nick and I are gonna share a mind? Yeah, I'm not gonna see him in any compromising positions, am I?
If a smart mouth was all it took to solve problems, we would have found your son by now.
No. You won't have to worry about that. The only memories you'll access are the ones in the implant.
Any idea what I'm gonna see in there?
I have no clue. But considering we only have a single piece of the medial temporal lobe and not the whole brain, I doubt it'll be cohesive.
All right, let's get started.
Just sit down over there and keep your fingers crossed.
See you on the other side.
I do love being a sarcastic asshole to Nick. Okay, now if you're a little girl that tells me to kill people, I'm going to shoot you.
Initiating brainwave migration between the transplant and the host. Mnemonic activity coming from the transplant. It's degenerated, but it's there. We're going to load you into the strongest memories we can find. They might not be stable. Just hold on. Can you hear me? Ah, good. The simulation appears to be working, although the memories are quite fragmentary. I'll try to step you through the intact memories and hope we find one that gives us some clue to the Institute's location.
So this is an easy quest. Just follow the path.
This is the earliest intact memory.
Each memory that you get to, you do not have to actually sit for, but I will. We can just move on to the end if we want. So I will sit through the memory so you can see what they are.
These memories as Kellogg. This may prove disorienting at first.
Mom knew how it was. She wasn't soft, but she loved me in her way. And she protected me from Dad. That cost her more than a few beatings. I never knew what happened to her after I left. I didn't want to know. Not then. I was such a dummy back then. What did I know about how the world worked? I think now she wanted me to kill him. I should have. Instead, I ended up running away. I told myself I wanted to find somewhere out from under the thumb of the NCR and all their rules. But really, I was running from the guilt of not protecting her from Dad. Yeah, it doesn't matter now, though.
I'm trying to sleep.
Dad was either drunk or not around. I guess he must have run with one of the raider gangs, but I never really knew what he did. Don't know why Mom was with him. Maybe at some point in his life he wasn't a complete asshole. People are always hoping for something better. They usually end up with something worse.
What a joke. What's it mean, Mom? Nothing, Connie.
people like to talk and hope someone else is going to keep them safe.
Teacher at school said the NCR would bring back the good old days. Like before the big war.
Don't you listen to that twaddle. I'm going to stop singing you if that's what they're teaching you.
I'm going out. Where the fuck did you put my boots?
Listen to me, Connie. You take this. You're old enough. You're the man of the family now. It's your job to protect us. Your father's useless, but you won't turn out like him. You're a good boy. And all that on the radio, all useless talk. The only thing that will protect you in this world is that gun in your hands. You need to learn to use it if you're going to survive.
I will, Mom. I promise. I won't let you down.
You've always been my good boy.
This doesn't seem to be what we're looking for. There appears to be another intact memory close to you in temporal sequence. There. Try that one.
Shut up. That sequence is your first hint at how old Kellogg actually is. The new California Republic came into power shortly after the end of Fallout 1.
The thing about happiness is you only know you had it when it's gone. I mean, you may think to yourself that you're happy, but you don't really believe it. Focus on that petty bullshit or next job or whatever. It's only looking back, by comparison with what comes after, that you really understand that's what happiness felt like. I was the worst thing that ever happened to her. If she'd never met me, she'd have stayed in the hub, maybe hooked up with someone who didn't kill people for a living. Probably been happier than she was with me. Almost certainly lived longer. Whatever made me think that a guy like me should have a daughter? No, I never deserved her. Not for 1 second. It's gonna be fine. You'll see.
But we don't know anybody here. And now, with the baby?
Come on, Sarah. You've got to give it a chance. I finally got steady work with a good outfit. Nothing like that in the NCR these days.
No, I'm not saying this was a mistake. I'm just... Are you sure these guys know what they're doing? They seem kind of green.
I know. But that's where I come in. Just wait. In a few years, I'll be running my own crew. As soon as I make the connections I need. Then I can give you anything you want. And little Mary, too.
I never worried about you before. Must be my mama instincts kicking in. Who knew I had those, huh?
Come on, you're great with her. And you don't need to worry about me. Most of it's just running security for the she. A lot of standing around looking tough.
Well, they sure picked the right person for that job.
Listen, it's gonna be great here. See this? This is what's gonna keep you and Mary safe. I promise.
I know, Connie. I'm sure we're gonna be really happy here.
Connie Kellogg, huh?
You'll see. That's okay. I got her.
Let's keep looking. I'll connect you to the next intact memory.
It's gonna be fine. You'll see.
Okay. We came from there, go this way. Sorry, I was looking up who the she are so I could get an idea of when that happened.
How did you think this was gonna end, Kellogg? You thought you could just fuck with us? and we wouldn't fuck with you? Just so you know, they died like dogs. And you weren't there to help them.
Okay, so the She were in... Shut up. The She were in Fallout 2. Was there a memory or something that I could have picked up on?
How did you think this was going to end, Kellogg?
So he's basically barely aged in the time... Well, maybe the She were starting up at that time. So it's still before Fallout 2.
There's always someone who wanted someone else dead. Sometimes just roughed up, but dead was usually what they wanted. Sometimes they thought they could cheat me. That was usually only when I first arrived somewhere. Didn't matter to me. They just took it as part of the job. A little extra thrown in for free. I always got paid in the end. One way or another. I don't remember much from that time. It all kind of blends together. There was almost always a bar, though. That's universal. I didn't care where I was going. Ended up mostly wandering east. Getting as far away from San Francisco as I could, maybe. Suit yourself.
So, I hear you'll take care of people's problems. Is that right?
If you pay me.
Oh, we'll pay you. And, you'll do this all by yourself?
That's right.
We pay you when the job's done. Is that okay?
That's the way you want to do it? So who do you want dead?
Well, it's like this. There's his family. Lives down the creek a ways.
Well, we seem to be getting closer. Try this next one.
Oh, this way.
Mr. Kellogg, I'm glad...
I finally ended up in the Commonwealth. I kinda ran out of road. Plus, I'd come to terms with life. I wasn't gonna be stupid enough to get mixed up with caring about other people again. It was just me against the world. And the world had it coming.
You decided
First synths weren't all that impressive. I'm good, but I'm not that good. But the Institute could always make more, and kept making them better each time. They still give me the creeps, but you have to get used to them if you want to work with the Institute. You heard all sorts of rumors about the Institute, but I figured they were just a convenient boogeyman for anything bad that ever happened. They were real, all right. They didn't know anything about operating on the surface. Relied on their synths for everything. They had the resources I needed, and I had the expertise they needed. Turned into a permanent arrangement. Suited me just fine. So, you're with the Institute. I wanted to see for myself if you really existed.
we do, as you can see.
What do you want?
It's come to my attention that you've been rather disruptive of our operations lately. This must stop.
I do what people pay me to do. If that's a problem for you, I could see only one way out.
And what's that, Mr. Kellogg?
If I'm working for you, there's no more problem. From what I hear, you can afford me.
I don't think you fully understand the situation you're in.
I think I do.
Very well. B-748. Initiate.
Systems offline.
Impressive. We may have something to talk about after all.
Getting warmer. One of these has got to tell us something. We're running out of brain here. There's one that looks mostly intact.
Oh, we know this one.
Manual override initiated.
How's now the Institute's main operator?
I'll try to locate another memory as quickly as I can.
They needed something
Please try to
done.
remain calm.
They came to me. Wasn't usual for anybody from the Institute to come along on a mission, so this one stood out. They didn't know then who it was we were grabbing from the vault. Of course, neither did they. Not really. The eggheads never liked taking orders from a dirty, contaminated degenerate like me. But they needed me. And I made sure they knew it. I never knew why we didn't just refreeze the rest of them. But we had our orders. Guess the old man didn't want so many loose ends. Too bad he left alive the one person he shouldn't have. I'm glad I didn't have to kill the kid. I'm not saying I haven't done it, but I never liked to. And yeah, I guess it did remind me of her. Yeah, I'm a cold-hearted bastard for sure, but still human. Better this way, though. Better than taking her kid and leaving her alive.
Computers are still working. That's...
Even then, I knew it was a mistake leaving him alive. I understood that kind of revenge. No one better. But I was cocky enough to assume I could handle some soft, pre-war vault dweller, even if he somehow got thawed out. At least I know those Institute bastards will soon get what's coming to them, too. If he could take me out, they won't be able to hide from him for long.
Checking through the logs. Hopefully it's all...
Just find it.
Pod C6. Down the hall near the end.
This is the one. Here.
Open it.
I was about to say, I was banging on the window.
Is it over? Are we okay?
Almost. Everything's gonna be fine.
Come here. Come here.
Wait. No. I've got him.
Let the boy go. I'm only gonna tell you once.
I'm not giving you Sean.
God damn it. Get the kid out of here and let's go. At least we still have a backup.
Cryogenic sequence reinitialized.
What's the holdup?
I'm almost finished, Kellogg. I just need to confirm. All right, we're good.
I'm sorry you had to go through that again.
And
I
again.
found another intact memory. Whenever you're ready.
So that confirms that the reason everyone died is because you're the only one they refroze.
This whole setup in Diamond City was part of some elaborate plan of the old man's.
Good news, I think.
Seems obvious now that we were bait for our friend from the vault. Timing couldn't have been an accident. It's not how the old man works. I wonder if he outsmarted me in the end. Another loose end tied up. Wasn't my idea to settle down with the kid in the middle of Diamond City. I thought it was a terrible idea, actually. But it was one of the old man's pet projects, so here we were. Me and the kid. Like a happy little family. I ended up kind of liking it. A reminder of what my life might have been if things had turned out differently. But there's no going back. I knew it was just temporary. It'd be back to normal business before too long.
Kellogg.
The new breed of synths could easily pass as human. Some of them did. But the coursers, they weren't built to blend in. They were killing machines, pure and simple. Smarter, stronger, and faster than almost any real human. I'm just glad they were always on my side. It's okay. One of these days, you're gonna get your head blown off just barging in here like that.
Minimizing my exposure to civilians is a priority.
Forget I said anything. So what's the big crisis this time?
New orders for you. One of our scientists has left the Institute.
Left? As in?
He's gone rogue. Name's Dr. Brian Virgil. We know he's hiding somewhere in the glowing sea. Here's his file.
Wow. Some heads are gonna roll for this. Capture and return, or just elimination?
Elimination. He was working on a highly classified program.
No kidding. One of the top bioscience boys? Damn. So, I guess you're taking the kid back with you.
Affirmative. Your only mission is to locate and eliminate Virgil.
You're taking me home to my father?
Yes. Stand next to me and hold still.
Okay.
X688. Ready to relay with Sean.
Bye, Mr. Kellogg. I hope I see you again soon.
Bye.
Teleportation. Now it all makes sense. Nobody's found the entrance to the Institute because there is no entrance. Let me pull you out of there as soon as you're ready. What kind of side effects the procedure might have had. No one's ever done this before. How do you feel?
Next time I have to watch someone's life story, I want popcorn.
Well,
McCready's done.
If you're cognizant enough to joke, I think we can safely say that you're out of critical condition. Are you ready to talk about what happened in there?
I saw Kellogg's life. The man who ruined my family. The man I killed.
That's right. He was a human being just like the rest of us. And he had reasons for being what he was, however cruel. How does that make you feel?
Does it really matter how I feel, Doctor?
Yes. You can't tell me that bearing witness to that man's life didn't affect you. We're getting off track. The important thing is that we discovered the Institute's greatest secret, teleportation. The only question is, what do we do now?
What? You don't have a spare teleporter lying around? What kind of egghead are you?
This is serious. No one outside the Institute could dream of making that kind of technology. Wait, maybe that's it. That memory about Virgil, their scientist who went rogue? If we found him...
We're assuming that Kellogg didn't complete his mission.
There's gotta be another way.
We delved into every memory we could find. This is the only thing I can think of that might get us more answers.
I don't know. I'm not even sure we can track him down.
The memory gave us a starting point, the glowing sea. But that can't be right. Trying to survive there is unthinkable.
Why? What makes the glowing sea so dangerous?
The name says it all. Radiation. So much that nothing there could possibly live. Nothing pleasant. Navigating radioactive hazards is nothing new. But the glowing sea can kill a man in seconds. That's why it doesn't make sense. Virgil fleeing into that hell. The exposure alone.
Then he's dead already. It's a waste of time.
No. He must have gone there for a reason. He has to be alive. He must have been prepared for it. Look, we don't have any options left. You have to go after him. Through that sea of radioactive ash.
Oh, I'm going in naked. Fingers crossed I get superpowers.
I know you're joking, but as a doctor, I feel obligated to remind you that unprotected radioactive exposure will only kill you. Dead. D-E-A-D. So be sure you find a way to get through there with your life intact. And good luck. By the way,
Dangerous Minds trophy.
Mr. Valentine first. Remove the implant while you were waking up. He's waiting for you upstairs.
Let's have a talk with McCready.
Hey, what? Hold up. I think we need to talk.
What's on your mind?
This has been nagging at me for a while. I've been waiting for the right moment to talk to you, and I suppose this is as good a time as any. After helping me get Duncan's cure for MedTech, I figured I owe you something. And I always pay my debts. Here. I wanted you to have this. I know a carved toy soldier is a strange reward for risking your life, but this one's special. It means a lot to me.
Did you make this yourself?
Do I look like the artistic type to you? My wife Lucy gave this to me right after we met. I told her I was a soldier and she made it for me. Never could bring myself to tell her the truth. That I was just a hired killer. The soldier story was the best thing I could come up with. I didn't want to lose her because of what I was.
She ever find out the truth?
No. It doesn't really matter anymore. She died a few years back. We made the mistake of holding up in a metro station one night. We didn't know that the place was infested with ferals. They were on her before I could even fire a shot. Ripped her apart right in front of me. There was nothing I could do. Took everything I had to escape with Duncan in my arms. Maybe it would have been better if we died there with her.
That's ridiculous. No one deserves to die like that.
I suppose you're right. I don't know anymore. Damn, I miss Lucy. No matter how bad things got, she was always there with a shoulder to lean on. It gave me... well, it gave me the courage I needed to press ahead. To never give up. When she died, I thought that feeling was gone forever. Then I met you. You have the world's problems in your back, and here you are helping me with mine. Lending me your shoulder like Lucy did. I just want you to know how much your friendship means to me.
Hey man, only best friends can share feelings like that with each other.
And I aim to keep it that way. Anyway, thanks for hearing me out. Taking all that weight off my shoulders makes the journey a little easier, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, it's about time we got back on the road, don't you think?
Alright, so we get the Kill Shock perk. This used to be the most overpowered perk in the game until it got patched out. What Kill Shot is supposed to do is give you better accuracy when sniping with headshots, except it was bugged where it gave you 100% accuracy with headshots no matter what weapon you were using. We finally finished McCready. Alright.
Hey, Valentine.
Hope you got what you were
looking for inside my head. I was right. I should have killed you when you were on ice.
You want to try for round 2? Let's go!
What? What are you talking about?
Wait. Were you just playing a joke on me?
I guess that's for you to wonder, and for me and Kellogg's memories to know for sure. Anyway, I feel fine, so let's get going. Or I could head back to Diamond City, since you've got company already.
They had something interesting going there, and it never comes back. Ever. That could have been an interesting dynamic of Valentine with Kellogg's memories inside and Kellogg and Valentine fighting for control. That could have been an interesting dynamic. But no! That's the only time that ever happens.
We have to head into the glowing sea. Any advice?
I'm a synth, so radiation isn't much of an issue for me, but an old suit of power armor might just be the guardian angel you're looking for. That, or you could buy up all the Rad-X and Rad-Away you can find from any chem dealer who's got it in stock.
Let's get going, Nick.
Been one heck of a ride so far. Let's see where it takes us next.
All right, Red Rocket McCready. And was waiting on Nick so that we can now do Far Harbor. So we're going to do the Far Harbor DLC now.
Good neighbor. Lowest place in the Commonwealth. Everything not nailed down rolls through here at some point.
Whoever this Brotherhood of Steel is.
Hey, Daisy.
Means a lot to me that you need.
Good morning, Zoe. Did you wake up from laying in the window and then leaving the curtain open? Come on.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Jump over.
A little bit of everything.
Now you can lay down and take a nap on the bed. All right. And she gets a little bit of profit. All right. Before we start Far Harbor, I won't turn this magazine in. And we need to set McCready up on a job. And I need to see if Piper went back to Red Rocket. Alright, so we are definitely going to need to set up a new shelf. Okay. Might actually need a second shelf. Can I lift that up just a tad? Okay. We'll put this in a different room. Don't think I'm going to need any more shelves than that. On the off chance, we'll go ahead and have this ready. But by the time I'm done, if I need that third shelf, that's it. Okay. You can never have too many cats. Let's go see if McCready and Piper are back. If they are, we need to set McCready up on a job. Then see how the happiness is here, because I don't think Sanctuary's going to do it. From everything I'm seeing, though, it's still a grind either way. Happiness 88, that's doing pretty good. Okay, we got her there. So now we have 5 people. I think Piper has gone back to Diamond City. We're going to have to send Piper back to Red Rocket. In the meantime, we are now going to do Far Harbor. There are 10 trophies in Far Harbor. Most are story. Far Harbor has its own series of magazines. We have to collect all 5. We need to discover 20 locations in Far Harbor. There are new recipes that we will have in Far Harbor. We have to make one. And there are 3 new settlements in Far Harbor. We must take over all 3. Thankfully, this is very close to Coastal Cottage. Where the hell did you come from? Where are you? Where are you? Go to Sanctuary Hills.
Back hurts, feet hurt.
I don't care. I don't care. I think there's a magazine there, but I really don't. I'm getting to the point where I'm ready to end this. So we need to just hurry up and get Far Harbor and the Nuka World done, and then get the plat. Those are raiders. You can tell. Those are raiders. That's a random event. But thankfully we don't need to go that way. Now I did have this game. I was going to say I had this game before the DLCs came out, but that's a lie. But I didn't buy the DLCs until Game of the Year edition came out. And there's a legendary glowing one. I will let that legendary go. But yeah, this area here that we're going to, if the house existed, it was nothing. It didn't become something until this DLC came out. I can't really say that I had this game when it first came out, because I didn't get a PS4 until a few years when the price... No, that was PS3 that came down, but it took me a year or 2 before I got a PS4, but this was one of the first games I bought. Alright, we are here.
Damn it! Come in! I know you're listening on the other end. Where is she? Where is my daughter?
Kenji, please. You've been at this for hours. Stop. You need sleep.
She's out there, Ray. Someone has her. The raiders, or gunners, or God knows what else.
So, it's best to bring Nick, because this will have a big impact with Nick.
I hope you don't
don't mind, we let ourselves in.
Nick, thank God. You need to get to work right away. She could be hurt. She could be...
Whoa, slow down. Kenji, was it? Why did you go over the details with me and my partner here?
You have to get to work right away, Detective.
So, what's the story with you and Nick?
Nick didn't tell you? Ran with him on one of his cases a few years back, searching for some sort of lost heirloom. He needed a boat. Things didn't end well. We were double-crossed by the client once we had what he was looking for. I still have some lead lodged into my hip.
Right. Yeah, it's starting to come back to me. Sorry things ended sour.
We got out. That's all that mattered. And now you can return the favor by finding my daughter.
Yeah, that's me. Lowly partner. I don't even get real business cards.
Right. Getting back to my daughter. It all started with this damn radio.
Our daughter Kasumi likes to fix things. The radio was her latest project.
Until she made contact with some kidnapper who lured her away from us.
Or maybe she left on her own. She's not a child anymore. Our daughter is 19. She knows how to survive, and she's capable. I think maybe she left because she wanted her own life.
No. She would have told us where she was going. She would have said something. I know my daughter is in danger. I can feel it. Find her, please.
Nick doesn't like you asking for money.
Do you have any idea where she could have gone?
We know she took one of the boats, but that's all. She could be anywhere.
You know, Nick's so new, I don't care. We'll do it.
Let's talk money. Investigations for the missing aren't cheap.
Sorry about this, Kenji. Expenses and all that.
Of course. How does 350 caps sound?
If she went far, that means travel expenses.
I am not going to barter over my daughter's life.
Oh.
Your fee is going to be 300 caps. Take it or leave it.
Okay.
We'll find her. Don't you worry.
Thank you. Her room is upstairs if that helps. And if you had any more questions about her, just ask.
Don't worry, Kenji. We'll get to the bottom of this. Just sit tight.
I find it funny how he's like, I'm not going to barter over my daughter's life. Well, pretty much you are.
Project log, lamp. Yep, it's a lamp. Filament plus power equals light. I swear, sometimes I think my parents break these things just to keep me busy.
Nick, move.
Project log, kitchen mixer. The circuits are still good, but all the mechanical parts are rusted through. Maybe I can...
All right, everyone. I'll be back in a few days. Was there anything else we needed from the city?
Wait, you're going now? No! Wait, Dad, I could come with you.
It is better if I go alone, Kasumi. Do not worry. I have your list.
You don't know what half that list is, Dad. I can help you. Really, I'll be...
I said no. I'm sorry. You're safe here, okay? Just stay put for me.
Okay.
I know you're disappointed, but I won't be long. I love you.
I love you too, Dad.
Sounds like an overprotective father. Alright. Sorry, Kenji. I'll be back. that all of them? Alright, that's a miscellaneous trophy done. Or not a trophy. Yes, we... Oh. They're still shooting at something. But the attack is over. Okay. Back to the Nakano residence. Yeah, I was gonna... So as soon as I saw that, I was like, well, we got a miscellaneous... We gotta get the 50 miscellaneous done. So, let's go. Okay, at least now it's daytime. But yeah, very much sounds like there's an overprotective papa.
Project log? Radio. Correction. Working radio. I'll finally get some news outside this house. My handle is going to be... let's go with... Ohm's Law. That should confuse the creeps. And if someone actually gets the reference, then we'll at least have circuitry in common. Project log. Dreams. Recording what I can remember when I wake up. I keep having the same one. I'm in a white room. People are talking about me like I'm not there, or maybe they just don't care. And then there's this, I don't know, jolt, like a spark of electricity to the back of my head, and then everyone turns to look at me. God, I hope I don't have it again tonight.
Well, that sounds interesting.
Mrs. Nakano.
I suppose you have questions about my daughter.
I'd like to know more about Kasumi. Like, shine a light on where she's gone.
My daughter is strong, focused, careful. That's how I know she's still alive. But why would she leave without telling us? Maybe we... No, never mind. I don't want to waste your time.
Every detail is important, Mrs. Nakano. Don't hold back.
No, it's nothing. I don't want to distract you.
I've got 9 charisma and I'm failing now.
You and your husband don't seem to agree about why your daughter left.
We both want to find her. The world out there isn't a place where you want to be alone. But Kenji still sees her swaddled in diapers. He doesn't see a young woman with her own decisions to make. Maybe because it's more frightening. She wasn't tricked into leaving without telling us. That was her choice. She didn't want us to follow. Why?
Tell me more about this radio your daughter was working on.
I remember Kasumi was very excited about it. I figured she was secretly trying to make contact with Diamond City or another settlement. We're pretty isolated out here. She only has us for company, and Kenji can be... overprotective.
Nothing else right now. Mr. Nakano.
Did you have questions? About my daughter?
Anything more you can tell me about Kasumi? The smallest detail could be important.
I don't know what more to say. She's my little girl, and she doesn't know how dangerous this world is. I never should have let her grandfather teach her how to fix these machines.
Her grandfather? He taught her how to fix the radio?
Ever since she was old enough to walk, yes. Her grandfather had an ear for machines. Kasumi picked up the knack. He passed away recently. He used to scavenge the ruins in the south for parts. I kept telling him he was getting too old.
Why did your daughter really leave? Your wife says she left on her own, but you said it was kidnappers.
I know it was kidnappers. Kasumi is a smart girl, but she doesn't know how horrible people can be. Not like me and Ray. Why would she just leave her family with no explanation? Someone tricked her. Got her to leave the safety of home. Every minute we aren't looking for my daughter, her life is in jeopardy.
Tell me more about this radio she was fixing.
I've tried to get that damn thing to work over and over again, but there's nothing. I thought she just wanted to strip it for parts or build a toaster out of it, or something, like she usually does. Someone made contact with her, and then they took her. God, what kind of twisted psychopath has my daughter?
No more questions right now.
Work quickly, Detective.
Now, if you want to skip all the detective work, just come out here. That's why I'm keeping you around.
Project log? Myself. I never really thought about who or what I am, but God, where do I start? The radio. I was right about the range. I managed to get a signal, a strong signal from up north. There's a group of people up there. They say they're all synthetic people, made by the Institute. They're trying to build a place for their kind, where they can be themselves and be accepted for what they are alongside human beings. It sounds wonderful, but then they started asking about me, and some questions came up. Questions I don't have answers to. I mean, I've always felt off, like I'm not really supposed to be here, but then there are things in my childhood I can't remember, and I've been having strange dreams. I'm going to go to meet these synths. I have to know the truth about myself. They've told me to sail up north to a town called Far Harbor. I can make my way to them from there.
So the daughter takes off by boat, but more importantly, there's a colony of synths up near this Far Harbor. We need a way to get there. Let's go talk to Kenji. He knows the waters better than anyone.
Excuse me, Mr. Nakano.
Have you finished your investigation? Did you find anything?
I need to ask you an important question. Are you sure your daughter is human?
What kind of question is that? Why are you asking?
Your daughter made contact with a group of synths. She thinks she's one of them.
What? That's crazy.
She's not a synth. She's our daughter. We raised her. I gave birth to her. She's flesh and blood, not a synthetic.
Are you sure she's human, Mrs. Nakano?
Yes, I know my daughter, and she hasn't changed. She's not some replacement.
This is what I was afraid of. Someone twisting my daughter's mind. Did you find where Kasumi went, Detective?
I think Kasumi took off somewhere up north. Do you know what's up there?
Where specifically? I've been up the coast, almost to where the waters start to freeze, but that's a lot of miles.
I think I know where Kasumi went. A place called Far Harbor.
She went that far up north? God, that explains why she took the boat. You have to go after her. Please, take my other ship on the dock outside. My father's design. It has a guidance system, and it is built for distance.
What can I expect out there, Kenji?
I only made the trip to Far Harbor once, when I was a boy. All I remember is that my father did not want to stay long. Something about the air being bad.
A magic boat ride? Will there be sea monsters?
While I know the seas aren't exactly safe, I am confident the boat can get you there unharmed. At least, I hope. Before you go, here's the payment we discussed. I'll have something more when Kasumi is safely back home.
I know my partner here can be a little glib.
Hey!
We won't rest until we get to the bottom of this. You two have my word.
Glib? Me? And I thought you cared.
Hello? Testing? Project log. Holotape player. Managed to strip out the parts from this thing and make something that's easier to move around. Granddad always said you need to make a record when you start something. You know, in case you have to go back to it. So, I guess I'm going to start doing that. Maybe I should start with an inventory of all the parts I found?
Kasumi! Your father needs help with the boat.
I'll be right there. Oh, damn. Was I recording that? Project log, Radiation King Television. Mom says these things actually used to broadcast pictures and sounds back before the war. She also mentioned that some of the ruins of the television studios are still around if you head to the city. Of course, she wasn't too happy when I asked if we could make a trip out there. I'm getting off track. I managed to repair the vacuum tubes and got the power working again, but, well, it's not like there's any working signal for this thing to receive. I'm just going to start stripping this thing for parts moving forward.
Alright, before we head off to Far Harbor, I want to drop some stuff off, rest up, and then we will start Far Harbor Adventure. Are you just going to sleep there all day, Kat? She's like, hell yeah, what did you expect? Wow. Oh, that's a game. From the Robco funds. Each one of those gives you a holotape game. And if it wasn't going to keep me from getting trophies, there's a Creation Club mod that will allow you to have all the holotape games as arcade games, and they increase happiness. Let me take a look at something. 90% happiness. 90%. Let me find McCready. And if McCready's here, I'm going to set him to work. And I would like to get rid of that radiation. Mew. There's 2 in here. Don't poop in my store. Okay, Piper's back. Good. Where's McCready? There's Kate. Where's McCready? I sent him here. There's McCready. Let's see, this is the only one that doesn't have a job right now, so there. Produce some happiness, McCready.
Hey.
Now that McCready's got him a job, let me check here. Money. Yeah, Sanctuary went way down because I was doing that stuff with the cages. But this might actually work. I know it does take a while, and I do need to be in the settlement for a while. We'll probably get that done after Far Harbor. I mostly came back here to get my money. Honey. Alright. 1 second. Pull up my laptop so I can see my list of trophies to get. Yes, you can lay down on the laptop. Whenever it warms up. Okay? Okay. Let's see. Far Harbor. There. Alright, so it takes, according to PSN profiles, this DLC will take about 10 hours. So we may not finish the DLC today, but tomorrow. We also need to kill 30 Far Harbor sea creatures. That's probably Far Harbor uniques, isn't it? Yep. Okay, so there are 3 types of creatures that are unique to Far Harbor that are confirmed to work for this trophy. There's possibility of 2 other types that might work, but not confirmed. So there are 40 locations. See, they know. You can never have too many cats. You want to go sailing for some fishies? Alright, so 10 trophies, looks like 5 of them are quests. And it looks like one of the stories, somehow it could be missable. Don't know how, but whatever. Who's driving the boat? Ah! Yeah, it looks like Point Lookout. Far From Home, first trophy for Far Harbor, and we leveled up. Well, might as well get this then. You want to put your gun up? Mine's bigger than yours.
Are you lost? This is Far Harbor. We don't get many visitors around here.
We don't need no freeloaders or more help, Mainlander. So you can get back in your boat and leave.
Alan, this isn't your dock. It belongs to the whole town. That means strangers are welcome. Sorry, you've caught us during a difficult time. But Alan's got a point. Not all visitors have good intentions. So, what's your business here?
A young woman from the Commonwealth named Kasumi may have passed through here. Her family hired me to find her.
Some sort of detective, huh? Well, she came through here all right.
At least we know she made it this far.
Damn it. Mariners incoming.
Something's coming through the fog! You, help us defend the town, and I'll answer any questions you have. Take a post at the top of the wall, near the main gate. The hull never lets us down. Now follow me! Be careful on the hull, stranger. Don't fall off! If you do, we might not be able to rescue you in time.
Man the hull! Something's out there!
I'm going back to the Commonwealth.
Open the gate! I've got wounded out here! There's no time. Look to the fog. They're coming.
Gulper!
Come on! Defend yourself!
Why are we setting us on fire? Nick, you know you didn't have to fall down, right? So these gophers do count for that 30 kills.
It's over.
No. Eyes on the fog. Something's coming.
So do these. Why are you guys setting yourselves on fire? Alright, so we got some work on the 30 Far Harbor creatures.
The hull took them back.
Avery.
And now you see what we're up against. The fog and the creatures it spits out have taken the whole island from my people. For your help when we needed it. You deserve this.
What's the fog?
Where to begin? The fog's radioactive, right? But there are pockets of it, the deep fog, that are hard fallout. And as deadly as that is, that's only part of the problem. Things live in the fog, thrive. You think what attacked the harbor's bad? Oh, there's far worse further inland.
You've lost the whole island?
Oh, fog's been here forever. There are good years when it recedes and the island's almost normal. Then there are times when it spreads all over. People have to cling to any patch of land free of the fog. For the past, 8 years or so, it's been getting as bad as it's ever been. Now, Far Harbor's one of the only places left that's safe.
If you managed to survive despite all that, it must be tough.
Ornery, more like. I'm
done cowering behind your damn hull, Avery. Time you let me deal with the real problem. With the right people and my guns, I can end those Children of Adam cultists for good.
The fog's been here forever. The children didn't make it.
Before the Rat Eaters came, the fog was under control. They come, and it all goes wrong. It's time we do something.
No need to burden the stranger with all this nonsense.
What's the deal with the Children of Adam?
They're religious folk. Worship the power of Adam. Which is radiation, I guess. If you want details, you'd have to find and ask them. We used to have a peace with them until a certain hothead menace named Alan Lee...
Now that's enough. That preacher came into the harbor saying that it was Adam's will that we lost our land. It was Adam's goddamn will that we lost so many friends and family. And that the Atom would wipe this whole place clean of us.
If it were up to me, you'd hang for what you did to that preacher, Alan.
What did he do to the preacher?
Alan pulled a gun on him. He claims the preacher reached for his. We don't have police, or really any law. Just custom and popular sentiment. And after everything the preacher said, it was abundantly clear doing anything to Alan would have made matters worse.
Have the children made the fog worse?
Absolutely not. There's not one bit of evidence.
Geiger counters don't lie, Avery. The fog's gotten more lethal year over year. And now the fog's covering the whole island. Only after the children came.
You know as well as I do that's happened before. Sure, people have theories the children are involved, but no one, and I mean no one, has proof.
Can we get back to business?
Sorry for all that. You're here for Kasumi, right? She headed inland to the Synth Refuge, Acadia. Getting there will be dangerous. You'll need a guide. Old Longfellow. No one knows the fog like him. But word of warning, he's a bit of an acquired taste.
What's old Longfellow's story?
He's the best hunter on the island. Fearless. Some say crazy. If someone needs to get to Acadia, he's the only one that'll do it. But people around here are known for being stubborn, willful, and other, less flattering things. But Longfellow's got a reputation even among us.
What can you tell me about Acadia?
Ask Longfellow. He's the only one that's been there.
Thanks for the info.
Best place to look for Longfellow's at the bar. The last plank. And, please, lend a hand around town if you're able. Even if it's slapped away. People like the Mariner and Cassie and others need help. And let me say something you might not hear again. Thank you.
So this is Mariner.
Mariner.
The hull took a battering, to be sure. She wouldn't be standing at all if it weren't for you. They call me the Mariner. Shipwright, handyman. I'm the only one keeping the harbor afloat. Well, besides Captain Avery.
Why doesn't anyone help you?
Each harborman is the captain of his own ship. Worked fine for generations on the homesteads. Your land, your rules. But when the island pushed them onto my dock, one by one, the ungrateful bastards expect me to look after my land, even though they're squatting on it, like wretches.
If it's that bad, why put up with it?
I couldn't very well toss them back into the fog, could I? Bad luck, that. Surely their spirits would haunt me to my grave. And that's a fact.
A pleasure to meet you.
Likewise. I hope the island doesn't kill you quick. Or slow, for that matter. I don't suppose you'd be willing to lend a hand. In order to do proper repairs, I need tools. Specialized tools. And they won't be easy to come by. 450 caps if you can, though.
You've kept the walls together this long. Why do you need special tools now?
I want to build the hull up proper. Make it strong. And keep those blasted crabs out.
So I'd be risking my life for only 450 caps.
I'm a bit short on caps. But I have old Jimmy's shotgun I can give you. Heavens no, he can't use it anymore.
Sign me up. I'll help.
Eagle's Cove Tannery. Tools are certain to be there. Now get.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't mind too much.
Alan. Huh. The mainlander. Great. Fire your gun a few times and you think you're some sort of hero? This is our fight. Our island. Not yours.
And you're losing that fight.
Don't you want a helping hand?
Hell no. Once you start leaning on people, soon you can't walk no good on your own. What happens next time when you ain't here, huh? Or the next? Either us harbormen survive on our own terms, or we take the long walk together. So if you're here to buy some ordnance, do your business. Otherwise, take the first boat out of here. before the children of Adam or worse get you.
What's your problem with the children of Adam?
We should have gunned those bastards down the moment they set foot here. Instead, we let them in. All in secret from wherever they're holed up. They've been feeding the fog. Getting it stronger. Strong enough to push us all out of our homesteads. Further and further until it's a wonder we're not all drowned in the ocean.
Do you have any proof that they've fed the fog?
Proof? Wait for that and we might as well pull the trigger ourselves. Look, my daddy's time, the fog was a nuisance. Something you avoided. Now every day it gets stronger. It's like the fires of hell out there. Because of the children.
I'll take a look.
Make it fast.
Okay, so the best armor type can be found in Far Harbor. And he has some unique variants of it. At least I thought he did. Interesting. He doesn't actually have them. He doesn't even have the armor type. Interesting. Well, the best armor type in Far Harbor is called marine armor, and there is various pieces of unique armor to be found in Far Harbor.
You're that mainlander who just got here. Better watch yourself, because this island sees and hears everything you do. I should know. I watched the island tear down the greatest family that ever set foot in Far Harbor. It's a tale of greed, blood, and vengeance.
What family are you talking about?
I was just about to explain. My family, the Daltons, was the pride of Far Harbor for generations, even back before the war. It was lumber and fishing that made the Daltons rich. But they got greedy, took too much from the island. The island's been getting revenge ever since, killing us off one by one. I'm the last Dalton still standing. But now our story takes an unexpected turn. A mysterious stranger comes to Far Harbor. Someone strong, someone capable. With the stranger's help, the last living Dalton finally has a chance to avenge her bloodline once and for all.
Let me guess. I'm the mysterious stranger who's going to help you avenge your family.
Ah, you're a quick one. Good. You'll need your wits about you, because your part in the story is filled with danger. Now, on to the first chapter in our tale of vengeance. That would be the sad story of freckle-faced Petey. Petey was my cousin. He was a good lad, never caused trouble. He thought all those freckles brought him luck, but, well, not so much. He was out foraging at the National Park campground when the island sicked some feral ghouls on him. Island's a sneaky bastard when it wants to be. Anyway, he made it back to town, but died from his injuries that night. Of course, those ferals are still out there, waiting to kill the next poor fool who comes along. Damn shame.
Where did you say these ghouls were?
National Park campground. It's pretty much straight west of here.
Those ghouls are as good as dead.
Good. It's long past time those shamblers paid for what they did to Petey.
What are you looking at? It's dangerous, okay?
And this is the last plank. They said old Longfellow was here, but also what is here is the first Islanders Almanac magazine. So this will also give us some points of interest around Far Harbor. So there's the National Park campground that she wants us to clear out. We will want to head to Brooks Head Lighthouse for a magazine. And it looks like, and there, like I said, there are 3 settlements that are here. We want to take all 3 settlements for a trophy.
So much knowledge was lost on the bombs. Good to see someone trying to bring it back.
Captain Avery said you can get me to Acadia.
Heard there was a scuffle out there. You get your hands dirty? I'm done leading people to their deaths in the fog. Last fella couldn't keep up. Didn't last 5 minutes.
Can you tell me about Acadia?
Strange folk like they call themselves synths. Seems to me they just want to be left alone, to live their life in peace. They've done some good turns for us islanders. Fog condensers, most especially, wouldn't even be a Far Harbor left without those.
What's a fog condenser?
The condensers? They're a tricky bit of science. They keep the fog away. Powered by the wind farm, the synth fellows got up and running. Us islanders don't particularly like being obligated to them. But there you have it.
Some parents are worried about their runaway daughter. She went to Acadia, and I need to find her.
If someone's headed for Acadia, there's always a story. Yours worth dying over, huh?
The runaway's name is Kasumi. You, know about her?
Sounds like Captain Avery's been running her mouth again. She should know better than to stick her nose where it's not wanted. Maybe I heard of her, maybe not.
Yeah. I've done a whole lot more for a whole lot less.
Clever with words, are you? I can get you to Acadia. But you've got to listen to me. Go where I say, when I say it. Still won't be easy. You stock up on your necessities, Rad X and the like, and then the real work can begin.
Should I make any other preparations?
Ammo, stim packs, maybe a rocket or 3. Worse than my lurks out there.
Let's go, Longfellow.
Follow me.
Meow. Meow. I heard a meow.
Everyone!
We're trying to have a conversation here.
Okay, so we do have a couple of side quests and the main quest. Okay, there he is. Okay, we do have a legendary over here. If the body is still here, the bodies are gone.
The fog ain't like nothing you've seen in the Commonwealth. Mainlanders think a dose of Radaway is all you need. Tracks. Fresh ones. Trappers ahead. When the bullets start flying, find cover. Head down if you want.
Longfellow? I have a shot. New, basically, raider.
We ain't alone here. Guess we got no choice.
stupid looking helmet.
Not that it's an option.
So, trappers have trapper armor. Not very great. It's basically the same as raider armor.
See, the fog can do a number on you. Get you all turned around. Does something in your brain. Trapper.
Thanks, game.
So don't be surprised if we got local wildlife to deal with.
Well, depending on the local wildlife. $80-something%, and I only hit one shot. Legendary lead pipe. Get some wolf meat.
Throw everything extra meat on the island. Still got a ways to go. Stick to the deep fog. Best we steer clear, but you never know.
Frog callers would basically be essentially this DLC's versions of a Deathclaw. It's the most dangerous thing here.
No higher than your knee. The whole island was covered in fog. The fog eventually rolled back. People resettled, but they got comfortable. Started taking things for granted. Folk got short memories. All this has happened before.
Well, yeah. Granted, yeah, folks have short memories.
There's someone or something else here. You're dead! You're as good as dead!
Get some gopher meat. Oh. Deathclaw hide. I'm not sure if they got new recipes for Mirelurk.
Gulper's got a fondness for fresh water. A small gulper, like the ones in these parts, is a fair challenge. Now the big ones, they can grow 2-3 times the size of a man. Good thing you don't see too many of them around. Aim straight ahead! I'd say it's time for a drink.
Thank you. There'll be more coming soon.
information, old man?
Well, what have we here? Another rad worshipping lunatic. That's what.
Your barbs do not harm me. I am shielded by my faith.
How about bullets? Faith shield you against those too?
Who's she?
One of them children of Adam preachers. Started off as pests. Now they're more like a menace.
Do not sully this one with your blasphemy, old man. You. I suggest you go no further. Acadia is a nest of snakes. Beasts that subvert the will of Adam.
What's Acadia done to make you distrust them?
They supply Far Harbor with the means to turn back Adam's holy fog. You'd do well to avoid such creatures, and instead seek the only true master of this land.
You do know you're crazy, right?
Watch yourself, outsider. You walk through Adam's kingdom now.
If you're done wasting time with a fanatic, let's move.
Yeah, that is the stupidest religion I have ever heard of.
No far. Acadia's not too far now.
And welcome to Arcadia.
Acadia's already they'll be waiting for you.
Oops.
You need my help again. You come see me. Got a cabin just outside of Far Harbor. Good place to tool up your gear. Get some rest, or get stinking drunk. Just make sure if you're bringing a bottle of something strong, there's enough to share.
Leaving already? Don't you want to see what happens next?
You saying you want me to stick around and watch your back?
Maybe later.
All right. But I'm serious about the offer. You ever want to hunt the forests and waters of the island together? I could think of worse things to do. Just once, let me find a pair of socks that don't have holes.
He's a decent companion. Not the greatest, but... Alright, so he mentions his little cabin here. This is the first, oops, wrong button. First of three. First of three settlements in Far Harbor we need for trophy. Are you gonna sleep all day, little kitty?
I'm sorry, but I don't have time for this.
Bullshit. You're the one. You're the reason I'm here.
I really hope.
Wait, what?
It's not me. I'll be straight with you. It's never easy to ask anyone on this island for help, much less a stranger. But I've got a responsibility to these people, and I have a job for you if you're up for it. Besides, I know you're tougher than you look.
Backhanded compliment.
Just tell me the problem.
We get our drinking water from a purifier not far outside of town. We had a bad storm not long before you got here, and it must have damaged the fog condensers that protect the road to the purifier. I sent Howard Dunbar out to fix them. He was out there when the Mirelurks hit us, and I'm afraid they might have got him too. I was hoping you might go have a look. If the worst happened, maybe you could get those fog condensers back online. If you're up to it, just head south out of town. It's paying work, of course. I wouldn't ask a stranger to stick their neck out on our behalf, unless I was willing to pay a fair share for it.
Am I gonna need any tools or parts if I have to make these repairs on my own?
The fog condensers need their power modules replaced, but Howard took the only spares we had. Either way, you're gonna have to find him first.
All right, I'll head out there now.
Good. Our water supply won't last much longer.
You ain't on. You ain't long for this world. By my guns.
There's Longfellow's cabin. God damn it, stop doing Fallout 76 controls. Okay. Go there. Okay, thankfully we don't have to build anything at any of the settlements. We just have to claim them. So, first one. And that should be just enough to take it. Alright. Now, we can remove that. Wrong button. I'm doing different games controls. Okay, remove. All right, let's see. So Arcadia. All right, what's closest? Howard Dunbar. Okay, that's what we'll do then.
Are you that detective I've heard about?
I might be. Depends on what this is about.
And who's asking?
I haven't been able to find any of the local police force. The louts? I don't want to start a panic, but, well, we may have a murder on our hands, and we need an outside set of eyes.
Where did the crime take place?
At the Cliff's Edge Hotel, just north of the town. Please, you must help us. Every moment we wait, our residents are at risk.
Who's the victim?
Well, we want to keep this out of the tabloids, but it's Ezra Parker, the financier of the hotel. Will you help us solve this heinous crime?
Who are your employers?
I shouldn't say out here in the open, but my employers are quite wealthy, as are the other patrons of the hotel. Will you help us? There may still be a murderer at large.
Is this conversation on the clock?
Oh, yes. Well, I suppose I do have a bit of petty cash on me that I could provide for your time. Will you help us solve this heinous crime?
This type of investigation usually requires a retainer.
Oh, you're a private investigator, not an employee of the state. Well, yes, then I suppose a retainer can be arranged. Will you help us? There may still be a murderer at large.
If there may be a murderer, I'm gonna need some danger pay as well.
I'm afraid that's all I have on me, but my employers are, well, rather wealthy, and I can definitely put a word in for you. Please, you must help us. Every moment we wait, our residents are at risk.
Okay, I'll help.
Oh, thank goodness. Shall I guide you to the Cliff's Edge Hotel now?
Go ahead. I'll meet you there.
Very good. I shall meet you at the main entrance to the hotel.
I don't recall ever, well, I barely ever do this DLC. Kind of like with Point Lookout, these were my least favorite DLCs.
Ask away.
It's just, with everything that's happened with you and your family, it's a whole hell of a lot to process. I wanted to make sure you're holding up all right.
Well, we got this real quick.
I don't know, Nick. My family's in tatters. I've been dropped into this place where everything's trying to kill me. You tell me.
Well, I'd expect you to feel lost, scared, and mad as hell. I sure did. Took me a long damn time to get a feel for this place. Thank goodness I found Diamond City. It's got its flaws, sure, but it beats the hell out of anywhere else in the Commonwealth. Of course, when I took up there back when, people were just as scared of the Institute as they are now. Maybe more. The massacre of the CPG was still pretty fresh in people's minds at that point. Folks were still losing sleep over the broken mask. Plenty of people assumed I was just a saboteur, moving in to melt down the reactor or poison the drinking water. But at the time, they couldn't exactly turn me away.
Broken mask?
This was long before I'd moved to town, but apparently some gentleman type shows up in Diamond City, heads down to Power Noodles. Guess he didn't like the food because he pulled his pistol and opened fire on the folks enjoying theirs. When security finally put enough holes in him to drop him, they say he was full of servos and sprockets, just like yours truly. Seems he malfunctioned, went berserk. It was the first time people realized that synths had stopped looking like me and started looking like them. Considering what these folks went through, I felt real lucky they let me in the front gate at all.
Massacre of the CPG? What's that?
The Commonwealth Provisional Government. Years back, a group of settlements tried to get together and form a coalition. Every settlement with even a hint of clout sent representatives to try and hash out an agreement. Only the Institute sent a representative of their own, a synth. The man killed every rep at the talks. The Commonwealth Provisional Government was over before it even got off the ground. I took up in town not long after. I was damn lucky they didn't just tell me to scram right then and there.
Remember that about the massacre for later.
Why'd they let you in?
Because I'd rescued the mayor's daughter. Gal of about 15. Pride and joy of the mayor back then. Man by the name of Henry Roberts. The young Miss Roberts decided she'd run off with some caravan hand she'd, known for an evening. Turns out the guy was part of a gang of kidnappers. I didn't even know who I was rescuing, just stumbled on a crying girl and 4 toughs. I took her home and the mayor dubbed me a hero, offered me a place in town. Lots of folks protested, said I was a spy, but he wouldn't have it. Taking up in the city was tricky at first, but I never tried to hide what I was, and people seemed to warm to that.
You took down 4 guys by yourself?
I didn't have to. Back then, synths were even more of an unknown quantity than they are today. I told them I was rigged to explode and started going beep, beep, beep. Hardest part of that rescue was keeping from laughing as they climbed over each other to get away.
Was it hard settling in?
Yeah, they sure didn't make it easy. I started off doing the jobs no one else wanted. I got more banged up being Diamond City's handyman than I ever did living out in the ruins. But I guess folks never forgot I rescued the mayor's daughter, so they started coming to me when people went missing. Wife runs off with a new paramour and takes the rent money with her. Talk to the synth. An upset father decides moving him and the kids to Good Neighbor in the dead of night's not the worst damn idea since the bomb. Go get Nick. After a while, the jobs got so backed up, they didn't even ask me to do the handyman stuff anymore. Hell, I was so happy to do it, it was months before I started charging anyone. I never stopped being Nick the synth, but it was Nick the detective folks came to see. It was about then that things finally started feeling normal. It took me a long time to realize that home is where you make it. And with some time and effort, this place can be home for you, too. That's a long story, but I hope it helps. Want to get moving?
I'm surprised we got Nick to that level that quick.
Looks like Howard didn't make it. I'll have to repair the fog condensers myself.
Alright, where's the next one? Right there. And then the last one. Yeah, as you see, we're definitely going to be using Radaway and Rad-X in this DLC. I'll probably use the next few levels to get my intelligence up so I can use the nuclear physicist perk.
Watch it. Lurks on the loose.
Nick, get out of the way of my shot. Ooh, Razor Claw.
Fire till you see the whites of their eyes start. Bothering anybody now.
Shadowed metal arm. Alright, back to Far Harbor. I just realized it's giving me the icon for power armor, and I didn't bring power armor.
I hope Howard's okay.
He's not.
Those fog condensers are back online.
Good. Our water supply was starting to get low. Wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out. Did you find Howard?
He didn't make it.
I should never have let him go out there alone. Well, I said it was paying work. 200 caps should be enough.
Captain, nobody's gonna want to help you out unless you're prepared to pay a fair wage.
Well, I can't argue with that. I suppose I could spare a little more. I can give you 250 caps.
Keeping everyone supplied with water is worth a lot more than that.
You drive a hard bargain, Mainlander. I'll give you 300 caps.
Howard Dunbar died trying to get this job done. His life was sure as hell worth more than that. So is mine.
You're squeezing blood from a stone, stranger. I can give you 400, but not a cap more. Now, here's your pay. I've got to start making arrangements for Howard. So I'll say goodbye.
Well, at least Nick doesn't hate that I'm hitting people up for money.
Need general supplies? Visit the bait shop. Guns, ammo, and souvenirs.
Okay. We'll do that one. Yeah, basically just head west. Ew, I got it all on my foot. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we have the new recipes here. Roasted mirelurk meat. That does sound different from what I'm used to. No trophy, 1 second. Yeah, if I dropped down and gotten me some anglers, I would already have that trophy. Give me a second. I need to check laundry. And back. Alright. Can we get out of this? Thank you. So we want to head towards that icon. Can I go this way? A little rocky, but yeah, it looks like it. I'm coming up on it. Alright, they did say there were ghouls this way. Just in case I need that for a recipe. Nah. Okay, looks like 2 left. Okay, done. Back to Far Harbor.
I wiped out the feral ghouls at the campground.
The hero of our saga returns triumphant. I bet the island didn't see that coming. It's only right you get paid for your troubles. Here's 200 caps for you.
I think I deserve more than that.
I suppose I could part with a little more. Here's another 100 caps. I've been thinking about what's next, and then it came to me. We all love our grandparents, don't we? Kind, gentle, doting, love to spoil you. You'd never want something awful to happen to them. Nobody would. That's why it broke my heart when I lost Grandpa George.
What happened to him?
He had a farm a little ways north of here. Lived a peaceful life, working the land and not causing anyone trouble. The island sent something after him. A huge monster. Mean as spit and with claws to snap steel beams.
Get out of my way.
Fog crawler. Grandpa bravely stood his ground. A shotgun in his hands, holding off that terror while the farmhands fled back here. If you can take out that shell-backed devil, it'll send a message loud and clear that says the Daltons never forget when they've been wronged.
Where can I find this farm?
Follow the coastline to the north.
That fog crawler's gonna pay. For Grandpa George.
That's the spirit.
Alright, so now we're going. This is the second of 3 settlements.
Bait shop's got everything you need.
Ah, I think it's you.
Welcome to the bait shop. If you need any odds and ends, I'm your man.
Let's trade.
Happily.
Are you the one that has what I'm looking for? Yep. Recon Marine Helmet. And don't you have more? Nope, just that. So before we even work on it, it's 22. So this is 16, and the Marine helmet is already 21 and rad resistance. Problem is it's expensive as hell. So yeah, you can already see, even maxed out, this commando helmet doesn't hold a candle to Marine armor. If we get Marine armor, cool. I'm not going to really go out of my way to get them all. This happens every once in a while. It's kind of bugged. So she's supposed to be trying to talk everyone down, and Alan Lee, being the asshole he is, just guns her. Who is that? Old Longfellow. They must be waiting for old Longfellow to get here. We'll wait a second. If he gets here and they don't start talking, then I don't know. He's going to slowly make his way over here. But while we're waiting on him, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Just lay me down and I beat with a jug of punch at my head and my feet.
Okay, I guess old Longfellow wasn't the trigger. Okay, so okay, along the way to where we're going next, we can get our second magazine. So let's see, that's Cliff Edge Hotel, right around here. Right around here is going to be the next Islander's Almanac. And then we'll hit that up, and then we'll get the Dalton farm. And we might be able to go for the tools, too. So, like I said, there is a trophy for discovering 20 locations on Far Harbor. There are 40 locations, so you don't have to scour every inch. It's not like Point Lookout. I think it was Point Lookout where you had to discover every discoverable location. Okay, we're coming up on it here. Gonna have to slowly go through some fog, it looks like. Trappers. New gun, harpoon gun. Okay. I watched a video of the locations of the magazines. I'm trying to remember off memory. But I may have to end up looking it up. Get out of the way. I think I'm going to have to look it up. Let's see. Inside main building on table right of the entrance. Has table with computer on it. Oh, right there.
Excellent.
So this gives us some new recipes at the chemistry station. That's all we want here. Let's see. So So we want to head towards the Dalton farm first. Glowing Yaoguai. Cool. Let's piss it off. I did, didn't I? I am very good at pissing things off. Okay. We want to head this way. Yeah, there's the farm and that. Operators, this is actually Nuka World. I just saw. When did I get hit? I don't recall getting bit. Hey, wanton violence has solved all my problems. Super mutants. Oop. See? Wanton violence has solved my problems again, while you are using a pipe pistol. Welcome to the Dalton farm. I couldn't tell you if this is a good settlement or not, but it looks like shit. But again, we don't need to build anything. We just need to claim it. And there's a fog crawler dead. How close am I to the next location? Fairly close. What's my carry weight? We're good. I have some Mirelurk jerky. Ooh. Let's kill two birds with one stone. So far we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations. How did I miss this? We could go ahead and get 6, 7, maybe 8. Oh, that cinemas, that's a little side quest. I would prefer not to hit that up right now. Okay, what we'll do I believe she has one more little part to her side quest, if I'm remembering. I don't recall we do many with her.
You give that fog crawler what for? Courtesy of adults.
Grandpa George can rest in peace. The fog crawler is dead.
Wonderful. That's another chapter successfully concluded. You truly are the heroic avenger I hoped you. With that fog crawler gone, we can send some folks up there to get the place ready for you. That's right. The farm is yours. Your own little piece of the island. It'll take work to get it up and running again, but you'll have help. And here's another 200 caps in gratitude for your service to the great Dalton lineage.
Surely a heroic avenger deserves more than 200 caps.
I can agree to that. Here's another 100 caps. Now, I don't have to tell you that the bonds of blood and family are strong. As strong as any a person can know. But if you ask me, the strongest among them is the bond that exists between two married people. That's why the last part of this tale is the hardest one for me to tell.
You were married. What happened?
My late husband, Daniel, was the best fisherman this island ever saw. He and his crew had a favorite fishing spot out by Brooks Head Lighthouse. One day, a day I'll never forget. I see Danny's boat pulling up with his crewmen all shouting and carrying on. Turns out some trappers moved into the lighthouse. No doubt because the island told them to. They're all crazier than a bag of mulligans. Their leader was having a little target practice. Shot Danny right between the eyes. Killed him, just like that. You go and get that son of a bitch. You make him pay for doing the island's bidding.
How do I get to the Brooks Head Lighthouse?
It's southwest of town, not far from the quarry.
I'll make that trap a penny.
All right, then. Remember, trappers may be half crazy from the fog, but they still know how to use a gun.
Well, I wasn't wanting to go to Commonwealth, but with that rad storm, I don't want to be sitting in that. And it's funny how she mentions the quarry, because quarry and the lighthouse have a magazine each, which means then the last magazine would be the one that's in Arcadia. 92. So we're very, very getting there towards the benevolent leader. Oh yeah, I really want to use a legendary lead pipe. Are you fucking crazy? I heard meow. Meow. Now, sludge. How do we get condensed fog? Well. So yeah, if we go over there to this Brooks Head Lighthouse, finish that, that'll finish our quest line. That'll also give us that magazine. It's near the quarry, which has another magazine. And then when we actually go to do the main quest line, which will be after we get the last settlement that we can get, which is somewhat close to the lighthouse. then we'll focus on the story, because I think that's everything. Who's coughing? Who has COVID?
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
Hi.
Looking for a weapon?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Great.
No, give me that back. Meow. Lay down, Zoe. All right. Do you not have a job? You do not. Can I give you a job? All right. Happiness of 68 going up. Okay, I wanted to actually check out recipes. No, not needed. Hold up. Bog crawler. Ah, here we go. Just add saltwater trophy earned. Now I don't care about cooking anymore. Do you have a job? You do. Good.
Hey there.
I'm sure I've got something you need.
I'm sure you do too.
Here's what I've got.
All right. Let's go back. If it's not too tough, I want to head towards the quarry and the lighthouse and that last settlement and get the... Never mind. Don't look at me in that tone of voice, cat. Ghouls. Nope, that's done. Fuck this place. I only did it because I needed miscellaneous quests. Oh, we got another one. My personal storage locker. Where do I have a personal storage locker? Ah, at the Pridwin. So yeah, we have a synth with us. I'm going to the heart of the Brotherhood of Steel. They're not going to say a damn thing about it. Other than that, just keep him on a short leash. Meow, 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 meow. Wow. Little cat.
The human-looking synths are the worst. They hide in plain sight.
Everything holding together?
Trust me, you'd know.
Good. Firing.
All right. Everything looks nominal. And you didn't scuttle the ship. Thanks, Initiate.
Sure. Anytime.
I really should have my armor taken.
Almost. About there. Almost. There we go.
Got it.
Let's open it up.
I can't believe haven't gotten any technical documents yet.
That's it.
Did they bug it out on this game? Because that's what I was going to depend on for. Yeah, I was going to use my the technical documents to get miscellaneous trophies, but I can't do that if you don't give me any technical documents.
We should stock up on supplies before we begin our next mission.
Okay, we got that. Okay, so you're telling me eliminate trapper leader on the Pridwin. Yeah, that's definitely a bug. Get power tools. Okay, as far as miscellaneous quests now. Check detective cases. That's at Diamond City. That's some side quests that we could do. We'll go ahead and grab those real quick. Well, you're the one wanting attention. Now I'm giving it to you. You're like, what are you doing?
Good people do crazy things when they're scared.
Hanging out with Valentine, huh? Good for you. Good
people. Hey, baby.
Sterling case. Apparently Earl just up and disappeared one day. No one's seen him since.
I've been meaning to put Earl's case to bed for a while now. Glad you're up.
The Marty Bullfinch case. Marty was Nick's partner. Emphasis on the was. He must have been some kind of desperate to come to us for help after all this time.
Wait, Ellie, do you sleep here with Nick? I got a much better place for you to sleep.
always got the sense Earl was interested in me. Figures he'd be the one to run off.
I'm interested. Technical document. See, right there. Collect technical documents for Proctor Quinlan. So every time we grab one and we go to it, that's going to add up eventually. And even DLC maps will have technical documents, but they're in random loot locations. So one of the best ways to get that trophy done is just pick up the technical documents and turn them into Quinlan. It gets to a point where you're just like, can you stop giving me technical documents? I don't care. Well,
Knight. You have technical documents, perhaps? Or looking to assist on a research patrol?
I found some technical documents for you.
Splendid. I'll put them to use right away. Here are the caps that I promised. Remember, the Commonwealth is an almost unlimited source for these technical documents. Check every building you explore during your patrols very carefully, and you might be pleasantly surprised at what you find.
I think it gives you something like 25 caps or so. It's not very much, but they add up. Yes, they're to be deleted. Instead of just sitting there begging for attention and getting mad when I give it to you, how about you go and check the laundry? No? Just gonna make me do it? Good for nothing cat. Before we move on, I'm gonna go check my laundry, see if the dryer's done. Dryer's still going. We're good for a little bit. So, as I said, I want to make my way south towards the last settlement. Claim it, if I can. And then make my way to the quarry and the lighthouse. Finish that quest. Get those magazines. Isn't there a quick way to get... Oh, yeah, we could just do that. Doy. We're almost level 53. All right. I should go for that, though. See, there's 2 people at Dalton Farms now, and they're never going to be happy because I'm not going to do shit to this place. Yeah, it pretty much looks like I'm going to have to do some swimming. Let's go back over here and make our way. We can grab that, and then that. That's a full marine armor set with the marine wetsuit underneath. Let's see, we want to go towards the door. It's not an awful lot. I mean, it builds up over time, yeah. all honesty, we'll probably hit 20 locations during the course of the game, of the main story. I was looking for the mama. Okay, so as far as this, I just want the discovery. And then if there's any, like, unique enemy trapper. Well, he's still alive. You think?
Detection system must be on the fritz. What's that? Not exactly subtle.
Oh, he stops just as I was about to get him. Just a meat hook. Wasn't that guy right around here? Okay, there's... And that's a level up. Alright, so if I don't need to grab anything, I am very much thinking now of adding some intelligence. I wouldn't mind getting Scrounger or Fortune Finder. We could do Idiot Savant. No. 3 levels of intelligence. So it's still going to be a little while before I get to use my power armor. I'm not going to go to the Growing Sea until I've got Nuclear Physicist where I want it. That building right there is what we're looking for. As I recall, this place was full of ghouls. Wow, critical hit to the head and he took no damage. Because he just regened. Could you die? Hitman's radium rifle. 10 damage while aiming. I do that a lot. That would make it good if it weren't for the fact that radiation damage is kinda shit in this game. Repeat after me. Nom nom nom, I'm dead. Very obvious that there are two ghouls inside this room. Yep, there they are. The big thing is the possibility of technical document.
Yes.
Bam! And blam! Nick, you're not helping. Blam! Tablespoon. But we got this. There can be technical documents inside of a locked safe too.
Nice.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Why couldn't they have made these spawn at the beginning of the game? Nope. Combat shotgun, huh? Okay. Oop. Okay, let's go. Now, definitely did see, if I remember correctly, there was one downstairs. The stagger effect isn't happening as often as it used to.
Hey, toss anything you can't haul my way.
There's the power tools. Hide bundles, huh? Excuse me. And when you come out here, because we didn't clear it, this guy got caught. Hold up. We ain't done yet. Okay, now we can talk.
Hold up! I've been casing those ghouls for weeks. Waiting for an opening. Then you dive in and choppy chop, bang bang, and the whole lot of them dead. You even know what you got right there? A premium set of Pellman's power tools.
I remember commercials for Pellman's tools. Expensive stuff, top of the line.
What the hell's a commercial? Wait, it don't matter. Oh, Mariner sent you, didn't she? Goddamn Mitch and his big mouth. No matter what she's offering, it's nothing. Serious builders would give an arm for them tools. I'll pay you 2,000 caps right here, right now. Deal?
Why do you need the tools so much?
I got my own special projects. For the caps I'm paying, that's all you need to know.
See, just something about that makes you not want to trust him.
Tools in a condition like this, they're positively unique. Maybe I should auction them off someplace.
$27.50. Say yes now, before I change my mind.
I'll pass on the offer.
I ain't hanging around forever. Walk away from this, you'll regret it.
The Mariner Quest is a series of quests that I would like to see to completion. So let's go, and I don't have power armor here.
Been to the tannery? You find my tools yet?
Here are your tools.
A fair bit of luck running into you. Here's your reward. Well earned. And now to work on the hull.
Hey, Mariner.
All manner of good I can do with those tools.
Okay, so we have to do leave a little bit and come back, and she will.
You are a curious specimen. Despite our friendly town doing its best to chase you out, you keep helping us ingrates all the same. I got to ask, why do you keep at it?
It's for the caps, but
does it really matter?
I suppose not. Most folk here are set in their ways, yes? It makes no difference how hard you try to get in good. Heck, it took my family 3 generations before the Daltons would sell us a heel of bread. But there's a way. A downright insane way, mind you. You can turn even the most stubborn fool around.
Why are some harbormen so hostile to outsiders?
Most of the folk on this rock believe they've been given the God-given right to walk here. The way I figure it, if you got the moxie to survive, you earn your place.
I'll hear you out.
In olden times, leaders were chosen by something called the Captain's Dance. Legends say the toughest, meanest, and outright craziest hopefuls would chum the waters and lure out the worst the island could throw at them. Once the would-be captain killed the Mirelurk Queen, or Fog Crawler, or what have you, they'd invite the whole island to feast off the bounty. You do this, well, you won't be made captain, but you'll earn respect. Everyone's respect.
So if we throw this dance, it'll really change their minds?
The dance hasn't been done in living memory. Some people think the tradition is dead. But its history is so deep in this island. You do it, and it'll turn heads for certain.
Why are you helping me?
My job is to heal people, and not just from the physical type of injuries. The island's in trouble like it's never been. And you might, just might, be the medicine we desperately need.
I'm ready to become a legend then.
You what? You crack me up. There's an old Mirelurk feasting grounds by Emmett's Causeway, a treacherous stretch along the coast. Go there and throw any kind of meat you got into the water. All that blood and viscera will be sure to attract attention. And then wait. I'll make sure there's a witness or two. Prove to the rest of these clods you belong.
Stimpact. Fully stocked.
Still nothing? Alright, what else we got on miscellaneous besides Marty's holotape?
Sticky, you old bucket of bolts, it's Marty. I know it's been a while, but I came across a little mystery I thought might get your circuits firing. You remember that ugly grasshopper statue on top of Faneuil Hall? Turns out it's got a note in it. A note written by the son of one Shem Drown. I don't expect that name means anything to you, but the guy was a coppersmith. Way back when folks did shit like that. Apparently, this note leads straight to the old guy's stash. I don't know what's in it, but I'd sure like to know if it's still there. I'm gonna go do a little recon on the hall. If you decide you want to get the team back together, you let me know.
That's one of those detective side quests. Alright, we got anything else here? We could meet Pearl now. Let's see, let me take a look at the map. Oh. I should have done that one a long time ago already. This quest is more of a silly quest than anything else that we're about to do. We'll go there. We'll do this real quick just to get the discovery. No, we don't want to go this way. Time you think you're doing a good job avoiding some fog, it gives you more. I don't recall if there were any enemies on the outside or not. I don't think so.
The hotel staff really needs to do something about the lobby. I should warn you, some of the other hotel guests are a bit, rowdy. I was forced to defend myself when a few became a bit handsy, shall we say. The registered patrons are in a more exclusive area of the hotel, though, and do not associate with... It's probably best Maxwell hasn't seen the state of the hotel. He would be devastated. Shall we be off?
What do you mean the other patrons are rowdy?
I had not been in this part of the hotel for some time. Perhaps there is some sort of sporting event that has them agitated. Several of them tried to grab me and, well, their clothing was certainly not suitable for polite company. Shall we be off?
Ghouls.
Yeah, let's go.
Very good. This way.
Stunned you. Stumbled him. Not bad. I don't think the robot can actually die. It might go down, but it won't die. Why did I just quickly see an icon of a grenade ready to, or not a grenade, but a mine? She must have gone upstairs. Yeah, there she is. About time the damn stumble effect worked. Where'd that legendary die at? Hello, legendary. The legendary didn't have a legendary. That's the second time that's happened. Can I stand up, please? And reload. Jackasses. I'm gonna have to get me some more rat away. Yeah, since I hadn't been buying shotgun ammo, I am running low. I don't recall having a chameleon armor set on.
This elevator leads to the exclusive area of the hotel. You should feel quite privileged that they will be allowing you in.
Uh-huh.
After you, the elevator is right there.
Get in, Nick. Bye, Nick. Like I said, this is more of a silly quest than anything. Especially when you learn about this place. Nick, get the fuck out of the way, please.
Sure don't make them like they used to.
You need to speak to Maxwell. Go ahead and activate the control panel there.
Yep, this is a vault.
Greetings! Welcome to Vault 118. Your home away from home. Underground. Are you the detective we sent for?
It's me, Pearl. I've returned with the investigator.
Let me just get the door for you. Well, it's about time the police sent someone out to investigate. We have many important residents and they're very worried.
Let's talk about my compensation first.
Very well. Consider this a retainer.
Well.
Out of the crime scene again. Don't they realize that they're going to disturb the evidence? You'd better come with me.
I shall return to my workstation and allow you to take things from here.
So, the experiment for this vault that they intended, I didn't see that I was stealing until I took it. But anyway, as I was saying, the purpose of this vault was they were going to have a section for like rich, well-to-do people that were going to be taking care of butlers, maids, and whatnot. And then a section for common folk that weren't going to have shit. And basically it was going to see it was meant to see how long would the common folk take before they would rise up against the rich people, except that the experiment never took off. A group of rich people just came in, took over the vault, and put their brains into robo-brain bodies.
Excuse me? You have outdone yourself. This is your finest work. There is more emotion in his death than most have had in their entire lives.
Our friend is dead, Mr. Avita. Have you no respect?
I'm just saying that at least he had the decency to make a spectacle of it. There is nothing worse than
That's
if
what
I
this
could
is to
just
you.
have your attention.
You're sick.
I'm sorry for shouting, but the detective has arrived and shall begin the investigation henceforth. Please return to your rooms until the detective has examined the crime scene and had a chance to come speak with you. Have a look at the crime scene for clues. You're ready to discuss your findings. You are free to question the residents, but their safety is our priority. So unless you have solid evidence, I would avoid accusations.
Is this blood? Looks like the brain enclosure was smashed.
One second. Someone is ringing our doorbell. 1 second. Sorry that took so long. Had a damn salesman that wouldn't take no for an answer. Even though I'm telling him, you can't sell what you're selling to me because we don't own the home. And he kept trying. I don't see anything else to examine here.
Hello again, Detective. Was there anything else?
Tell me about the victim.
Mr. Ezra Parker was the primary owner and financier for the hotel. He had vast experience managing venture projects around the world. It was his idea to have our premier clients become investors in the vault section of the hotel. He worked with Vault Tech to have this built to their every specification. Was there anything else?
And definitely, I wouldn't have answered the door for a salesman, except Mom was going to do it. And then he would have convinced her to buy something that she can't even have.
Your residents are robots.
Not robots, Detective. Well, not exactly, anyway. I believe the term they use is robo-brain. Back before the war, the residents decided the best way to wait it out was to put their brains inside robotic chassis. Was there anything else?
I'm not sure where I should start.
I suppose you should try to figure out how he died, and then who had the means and motive to kill him. Once you have enough evidence, then I suppose you'll need to confront the killer. Was there anything else?
Never mind.
I'll be here, should you need me.
Okay, so we know that he got bashed in the head.
Protect and serve.
Alright, let's go talk to some people.
Why'd you do it, huh? He deserved better than that.
You think I'm stupid? I saw the way he looked at you. You gonna tell me that's nothing?
It wasn't like that. We were friends. He helped me out of a tight spot or two is all.
I couldn't stand by like some pasty-faced Percy while he put the moves on my best girl.
But now the law is on our tail. What are we going to do?
Come away with me. Let's leave this dark hole of...
What's the name of this brain dead? I've done this once. And that was whenever I first played Far Harbor. Let me just get a walkthrough on this, because I don't want to fucking do this. Okay. Okay.
Nice. Baseball bat. What is this doing here?
Hello again, Detective. Was there anything else?
I found the murder weapon.
Oh no. That's the bat from Mr. McKinney's movie. You don't think he could be involved, do you? I can't imagine him ever doing such a thing. Was there anything else?
Never mind.
I'll be here should you need me.
Red paint?
Hello again, Detective. Was there anything else?
Never mind.
I'll be here should you need me.
Hello, Detective. How can I help? Did you have questions about the case?
I found your baseball bat at the crime scene. Care to explain how it got there?
Someone is clearly trying to frame me for the murder. It's probably Santiago. You saw him skulking around the crime scene.
What were you and Gilda talking about when I walked in?
Oh, we were just rehearsing a scene. Nothing to worry about.
Did you have any thoughts about the murder?
It's obviously Santiago. He keeps going back to look at the crime scene.
Never mind.
Okay. Just let me know how I can help.
Well, let's go find this Santiago. I think I remember how this ends, and it's just as stupid as you probably think.
Tell me, are you a devotee of the arts? Does that cruel muse call you to her entrapping bosom?
Art is life. Without it, we are no different than animals.
Perhaps, if all we are is a sentient floating in a suit of flesh, or metal, I suppose, then art is the only true communion with the world. Come with me. Tell me, what does this piece say to you?
That you don't know how to paint.
It's about composition, the balance of colors and emotions, and the struggle to maintain internal order.
Indeed. This was the last piece I did in a series of portraits of Gilda. Number 1378. Her emotional landscape is superimposed on the portrait. The reality of the subject is distorted as the ego attempts to project itself this way.
Yeah, modern art sucks.
Tell me, what does this one say to you?
Boom.
It's the war. Bombs from every direction, no up or down, the world turned on its head.
I suppose in a way it must be. Art shapes the world, and the world shapes art in return. All art must therefore be constantly reborn through the lens of contextual and historic interpretation. We must ascend.
Kitty!
And what about this one? And please be honest, for art without honesty is just politics.
It's a metaphor. A young creature grappling with ideas it doesn't possess the capability to understand.
Intriguing. The mind will superimpose meaning where none was intended. I had not considered it. Truth be told, this is my best-selling piece. I did this series under a pseudonym, of course. This series has made more money than any of my serious works. and I take the whole thing as a lark. What does that tell you about the value of art to the common man, huh? My fellow connoisseur of the art. Here to see my latest work?
I found red paint at the crime scene. Know anything about that?
No, actually. Ezra borrowed my last gun. Now I can't find it.
Did you have any thoughts about the murder?
The person you should be looking at is Juliana Riggs. That Philistine would not know art from her own excrement. She and Ezra had a rather dramatic fight recently. You could hear her banshee screeches all the way across the hotel.
What were Juliana and Ezra arguing about?
I don't know. I was painting at the time and I was trying to block it out. Though I bet Gilda probably heard them. Maybe you should check with her.
I think you should explain why you keep returning to the crime scene.
It's for inspiration, detective. The others do not like to think about it, but even we shall die someday. Like Prometheus's torch, it kindles within me the fire to create as much art as I can in the time that I have.
It sounds like you've done a lot of paintings of Gilda. Why her?
Our Gilda is a very singular creature, detective. Do you not see the joie de vivre from within her? I have never met another who clings to life so tenaciously, who lives so in the moment. I must admit I was quite smitten with her for a time.
You're still in love with Gilda, aren't you?
So what if I am? What business is it of yours? She deserves someone who truly understands her ephemeral beauty, not that brute actor.
Never mind.
Now let's talk to Gilda.
Protect and serve.
Okay, that's him. That's the problem, is it? Alright, let's see. This one is the artiste.
I think we ought to talk.
What?
Is something the matter? You sound upset.
What? Oh, no. We've just been traveling a while now, and I figured there hasn't exactly been equitable distribution of information. Gotten a decent glimpse into your dirty laundry, but you still don't really know a whole heck of a lot about me. I figured I'd offer to balance the board. So, anything you want to know?
What do you remember about the Institute?
It's all pretty hazy from back then, but now and then I get glimpses. Life inside the Institute, they keep you isolated. A single test chamber was my whole world for years. Someone was always watching. Then one day you wake up on the other side, and that's it. They've cut you loose. Welcome to the brave new world. Such people in it.
What's with the outfit?
After I started the agency, it just seemed like the sort of thing a detective ought to wear. I got some old memories, pre-war. Faded to all heck, guys dressed like this, doing what I do. Putting on the hat and trench coat, I figured it'd let folks know I was serious about the whole thing. Clothes make the man and all that. Guess I felt they made me the man I wanted to be.
So who are you, Nick?
That's a question I've been trying to figure out myself for a long damn time. I know I'm a synth, authentic Institute handiwork, but I'm still mechanical, not bioengineered like the fancy synths giving everyone the willies these days. I get tune-ups now instead of checkups. My memories, my personality, they're all lifted from some cop who volunteered for an experiment back before the war. They scanned his brain and copied it onto the hardware that runs between my ears. I don't know why they chose to make a robot based on some pre-war cop instead of a math genius or a bioengineer. Hey, maybe that's why the Institute tossed me in the garbage instead of turning me into one of their people snatchers.
Wait, the original Nick was from my time?
Sure was. Which meant when I finally ended up out here, it was quite the rude awakening. I remember waking up one day in a garbage heap, a body in tatters and a head full of memories belonging to a man who'd been dead for 200 years. Suffice to say, it was a confusing couple of weeks. Folks didn't really know much about synths back then, so when I finally ran into people, they mostly treated me with caution rather than hostility. But the kids, they weren't afraid. I think his name was Jim. The first person to actually speak to me after I got the boot from the Institute. My first human contact in this world. Grilled me for an hour. Once they'd seen I wasn't going to hurt anyone, the other folks in the neighborhood came out to ogle the mechanical man. It eventually turned into a pretty swell soiree. The local mechanic even gave me a once-over, free of charge. Those people, they treated me like a human being. I've been trying to return the favor ever since. It's a surprisingly rare trait out here sometimes. It's something I've noticed you got a fondness for. Part of the reason I've stuck around this long.
Where's that town? We should go visit.
Tried to go back and say thanks once I'd gotten myself established. But the place was wiped off the map. Raiders. Don't know what happened to the people.
If you're good to people, they'll be good back. That's something I've always believed.
Couldn't agree more. Well, I expect you're about as bored as can be listening to me rattle my skeletons. Should probably head out. You think anyone actually felt like
Hello, Mr. Whiskers. Who's a pretty kitty?
Juliana, Mr. Whiskers died last month. This is Scruffy. Remember?
Come here, Mr. Whiskers.
Of course. Silly me.
Just let me have a look at the neural interface matrix, and I'm sure I can clear that.
No. No, it's not that. I've just caught another cold. Probably something that got in when they sent Pearl out.
Oh, God. Not this again. Last month you were convinced you had the measles.
You're not a doctor. What would you even know about it? Besides, I think it may be malaria.
First of all, I am a doctor.
Yes, but not a real doctor. Robotics isn't an actual medical degree.
Secondly, I've told you time and again, you can't get sick inside the suit. It's not physically possible.
I know when I'm getting sick, Bert. Now why don't you just wander off and play in your lab? Mr. Scruffy and I are going to rewrite the will, so he will get everything when I die because horrible Bert didn't believe me.
Oh, God, Juliana.
Have fun,
Whatever.
dear.
I'm going to the lab. Hello, Detective. Did you need something?
I heard that Juliana and Ezra had an argument a few days before he was found dead. Tell me about that.
Well, I was in my lab at the time, so I didn't hear it. But Juliana has always been rather critical of Mr. Parker. I think she found something in the overseer's office. I wasn't listening when she told me about it. I kind of had my head in my research. I don't know, really. I try to let her handle all the money stuff. Was there something else, Detective?
Never mind.
Very well. I'll just get back to my work then.
Hello, Detective. Did you have a question about the heinous murder?
I heard you had a big fight with Ezra a few days ago. Care to explain?
Well, it wasn't that big a deal.
wanted more money to pay for repairs on the hotel. I wasn't feeling well that day and lashed out a bit at the poor man. I really should have listened to him more.
What's with all the junk in here?
These are our things. We're just waiting till the war blows over so we can bring them back to the mansion.
Never mind.
Good luck catching the murderer, Detective.
All right, Overseer's office. I need to figure out how to get upstairs. Here. Well,
progress on construction of the second wing of the vault is completely stalled. Once the premier area of the vault had been completed, funding seems to have been cut off. My supervisors have informed me that they haven't received payment from Mr. Parker, and Vault-Tec won't pay out of pocket to continue construction. I've repeatedly approached Ezra about the finances, but he keeps telling me that Mrs. Riggs hasn't transferred the funds. However, when I asked her, Juliana said that she had just given Ezra extra for the gold paint in the rooms. I've hired an investigator to look for signs of embezzlement in a few weeks.
Sounds
interesting.
Like embezzling from his investors. Have you noticed Juliana acting strangely lately?
Oh, well, I'm probably just being paranoid, but she's been so much more pleasant lately. I mean, it's been nice, but also a bit unnerving. Most people don't really understand us, but I always appreciated how she can just take charge of a situation. It's what allowed me to focus on my research. I'm worried something has happened to her. She doesn't seem like the same person. Was there something else, Detective?
What do you mean Juliana's not the same person?
My wife has always been a very harsh woman, Detective. I don't know who it is in our rooms, but that is not my wife, Detective. Was there something else, Detective?
Never mind.
Very well. I'll just get back to my work then.
Doing all right. Just doing this, I was about to say stupid quest, but
Hello, Detective. Did you have a question about the heinous murder?
I found some evidence that Ezra was embezzling from you and the other investors.
Oh, well, I really don't believe that. Mr. Parker wouldn't do such a thing, I'm sure.
Never mind.
Good luck catching the murderer, Detective.
My fellow connoisseur of the art, here to see my latest work.
Don't be cussing in my stream.
Never mind.
Hello, Detective. How can I help? Did you have questions about the case?
Never mind.
Okay. Just let me know how I can help.
Dodgers, that's a curse word. I know.
Hello, Detective. Did you have a question about the heinous murder?
I think you're the real murderer.
That's just silly, Detective. Why would I want to kill Mr. Parker?
Ezra was embezzling your money. That's why you killed him and framed Keith.
You were so close, Detective.
It's a shame. I thought I could keep the ruse going a little longer. Oh, well. Had to end eventually, I suppose. This doesn't have to end in more violence, Detective. Just walk away. I'll leave, and you can tell them I escaped.
Why did you kill Juliana?
I hadn't planned on it, but Juliana figured out what I was doing and had to be dealt with swiftly. I thought I could get a bit more money out of this place before making my escape. What's it going to be, Detective? Join me in getting rich? Or die defending some outdated ideals?
Not a chance. Your murder spree stops here.
Then let us end this.
No, I'm listening to this. But, yeah. But yeah, I'm not even mad. I'm not even really mad that he gambled. I just want MLB to have a sense of consistency. If they're going to keep Pete Rose banned, they need to ban Shohei Ohtani. Period. If they can't do that, then
I found the killer.
It was
why
Ezra.
have rules?
He killed Juliana and took her place to hide his tracks.
My word. I never thought Mr. Parker was capable of something like this. What happened when you confronted him?
He attacked me, but it's over now. Your residents are safe.
There you are, Detective. Payment for your services and a bonus for uncovering such a heinous plot. I don't think we could have done it without you.
I never said Pete Rose was a model citizen. But when you have your all-time hits leader not in the Hall of Fame because, oh, he gambled, but you're going to have someone continue to play because he's bringing all this money in, even though he's gambling, you're not being very consistent. So, either reinstate Pete Rose or ban Shohei Ohtani. And in fact, I mean, hell, if we really look back through history, if they want to say, oh, it's not becoming of a baseball player to gamble. Oh, my dad was like that too. I got into hockey went a little bit with him. That was my dad's sport before he passed. he'd be all happy because he's a Dallas Stars fan, and before Dallas came to Texas, he was a New York Rangers fan, and they're both in the playoffs. Okay. We want... I respect the Red Wings. I don't really have a hockey team that I hate. I'm a Penguins fan myself. That always drove my dad nuts. He actually accused me of being a bandwagoner whenever after they won their first Stanley Cup. It's like, nope, I've liked them since I was little watching hockey with you. Alright, now that we got this stupid quest out of the way, and as soon as the game loads... Hello? Nick, I think we're stuck. Okay, now that stupid quest is out of the way... Let's see, I've done that... What's this? No, I haven't. I've heard a bit of it because I was playing a game with a friend and he was listening to it, and all I can tell you is that Vault Dweller should have died in episode 1. Because he was on like episode 5 and she was still acting like she was in the pre-war. I'm like, you need to learn where you fucking are now. Okay, are we just stuck? What's going on? Can I fast travel out? It should not be taking this long. I think I'm soft locked. I'm gonna have to reset, which is going to cut the stream. I'll be right back.